because that entry was taken. Hello. I'm Miller Redflow. Zach, if you're having. But welcome to Final Fantasy 14. So, we're in the middle of the second to last patch of Shadowbringers. We are trying to find out who Sicard is and how the hell the bloody executioners are making money without piracy. Well, turns out they are selling crystals that they've pilfered from the beast tribes. So we gotta find Sicard and find out what the fuck their game is. The music is too loud. I haven't monkeyed with the volume you require. Okay. I turned up the game volume or the music or sound from my computer a while back. I guess it's too loud. Okay. Well, it's also a lot quieter music. Anyway, what I was saying was we were looking for Sicard, the interim leader of the Bloody Executioners, to find out how the hell they're making money without piracy. We think that they are stealing these crystals from the beast tribes and selling them. So. Oh, that's the. Alright. Is it upstairs? Yeah, Bulwark Hall. Okay. Anyway, hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. All right. The Twinks and LSA. Alphino's theory proves well-founded. It will go some way to explain the executioner's vehement opposition to peace. Looks like a man with a plan. Okay. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that the wholesaler of crystals recently arrived in Lemsa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction and shortly posed as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at Ocean's embrace and lower in the Notia shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. I could walk like some plebeian. But why do that? Okay. Do a quick flight. Florida. Ride your horse bird. It appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait. If he is truly in league with the bloody executioners, he will surely have worry to those who were allied with the Admiral. Science, the least of all. Compared to yours and Bear Claws, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. Graha's right. And even if you weren't recognized on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with the society's underbelly. Genteel? But very well. I leave it to you, Graha. The fact that he has a crystal rod on his back. Got business with me, cat boy? You are the crystal wholesaler. That I am, but you're no merchant. What do you want the crystals for? Dude, you have a crystal rod. Of course she can see through you. Don't look at us, you idiot. You'll give yourself away. Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? Do crystals make staves like that fine specimen you got there? That's right, I am indeed a weaponsmith. Use not but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. Don't invite just anybody into our storehouses. Takes time to establish trust, you understand. Look, I have quite a large and urgent commission. The quality is satisfactory. I will not quabble over a price. Alright. It's plain you know airy crystal adorning your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. It seems to be working. Let us follow him. He is an idiot, but he is a cat boy. What do you expect? The thing to remember is in Eorzea, cat boy, cat girl is literally a slur. So the fact that she called him a slur to his face, it was kind of amusing. Because it was a test and he failed. He failed every test because he's dumb as a brick. For such a smart person, he's an idiot. I know the feeling. Given how long you spent playing Crystal Exarch, you'd think Graha would be a better actor. Honestly, if it hadn't been for that staff, we must thank Tataru. Well, that went into a tunnel. Quietly now. I won't find any finer, especially not for the price. Indeed. I would expect to pay nothing more than double. Or I would expect more than pay double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them, if that's your worry. They're from Ogarmo, if you take my meaning. Stuff as pure as it gets, and you won't be disappointed. So how much you want? Gorlo. Take it from the kobolds, just as we expected. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around. Slowly. I'm Sicard, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are. Scions. And we also know that you've been chatting with the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere you see. From being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So we've been established. You ain't here to buy crystals. Question, what are you here for? You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You've spoken plain, so I shall return the favor. We came here to learn what the Bloody Executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa make peace with the kobolds, you lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you, though, we ain't breaking any rules here. Law forbid us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag. We ain't saying nothing about the Beastmen. Only reason we keep to our operation nice and quiet because we don't want no one taking our business. Wait. Just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Him especially. And while the Maelstrom were worried about dirty their fancy red cobbler, you lot stormed into Orgormo, and Barrett bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following your footsteps, making sure the Beastmen never summon their stinky gods again. Practically your successors we are. When there were still Imperial shits about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them. After Garleon's gone, no one left to ply our trade on except the Beastmen. So let's have that, It's only fair. Contentious, though, some may find your views. It is true you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face. Unless the acting captain is the only true pirate crew left in Limsa, has other cause to hide in a cave. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright. I'll meet with the Admiral. We can provide a venue. The Etaselina. Or Estelcia. Sorry. I trust that she won't turn down the invitation. You, but all I could do was stop myself from punching Sicard in the smirking face when he opened his mouth. Well, from passing knowledge of prior events, I'm still ill-qualified to meddle in Limsanian affairs. 'Tis not my place to argue with Sicard as much as I would have liked to. Nay. It's for the Admiral to deal with him and the bloody executioners both. By bringing them to negotiate him, we played our part. Though I thought myself a hunter, turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa are not to be trifled with. But also ends well. Gratias, timely provocation, and desired effect, and Sicard has agreed to a meeting. Let's hurry back to Limsa and pass his invitation to the Admiral. Alright, let's go to see Mirveb. Good luck, but why? Ignore the cute cat girl in the Dirndl dress. Or the attractive bunny girl next to me. Hey, I can acknowledge it. There's Petra. Well, you have no assurances that Sicard will be amenable to reason. There can be no compromise without discretion. Sicard doesn't want for confidence to his plane, but I have faith in the Admiral. She has dealt with far worse. The Estacia is the very last place for such a meeting. The Admiral will be marching right into the Curl's den. I hope we don't end up regretting this. Welcome back, my friends. What news? So they have been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks to solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sicard's invitation. I would have you join me as my guests. The future of Limsa hangs in the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the science present to bear witness.
Look who's come crawling!
Alright, and it's voiced.
Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
That's Fordola.
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right!
Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take! Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place. Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom.
Wurlit, okay.
When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance, then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all the Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel.
I love how she's got
Very well.
one on
As
her
Admiral
side,
of Limsa Laminsa,
and then you see yourself
I
on the
accept
other
your
going,
challenge.
yeah, nope, I'm going to end this here. 10 paces in turn. Yep. I love how
This
badass
ain't
it is.
over. Not till one of us is dead. Finish the job, or I will.
It's the captain!
Captain Ilfir.
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain.
Oh no, she shot him in the meat in
Seems
the
the
leg.
whelps have been yapping
No
while
permanent
the master
injury.
was abed.
She put it through his upper thigh.
Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Lemsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye.
He challenged the
Ye
duel
can do
against
anything
someone
ye want.
who shot her own
Be
father dead.
anything
in a
ye
duel.
want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand because I saw something in ye. And I still do. You have the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
And that's clearly his
Your
son.
choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage.
Her father's pistol.
Mistbeard's vanished into legend. And it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
Now, the interesting thing to note is that there were originally was plans for Limsa to be the starting city for a firearm wielding job. Because if you look in the upper decks, over by the Marauders Guild, there's banners for the Marauders Guild with the dual axes, and then another with dual pistols crossed over. And yeah, it was supposed to be a pistol-based job, and it got delayed and delayed and delayed, and they eventually got it ready before Heaven's Word, and they decided to rework it as the Machinist and fit it into the story there. When discussions gave way to a duel, I feared what might unfold, yet only a fool would underestimate the Admiral, as Sicard soon discovered. There were times when one must stand one's ground, even if the cost of failure was beyond reckoning. The Admiral did just that, and I have nothing but respect for her. As she continues to steer her nation through this period of transition, I pray the Navigator will see fit to fill her sails. While I don't condone what Sicard has been doing, I know how difficult it can be to change course. It took me long enough to join science, didn't it? Like Mistbeard before him, Hilfier chose to trust the future of our nation to the Admiral. It was that moment, I believe, that the good ship of Limsa had finally embarked on her new course. Although I anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfier would intervene. But full glad am I that he did. It would be a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and we made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. For the first time in a long time, Mirveb's course is clear. Yeah, the original plan is it didn't that all the tricks would be gun based, and that's why I had issues was because like the animation was just really lacking. Like there was no flair, and that was their biggest hang up was how do you make firing a gun look cool? And that's why early machinist abilities are all firearm based, and then you get the cool shit, the more flashy shit from the lunchbox, because they figure out to make that your all-in-one, all-purpose tool. You know, the difference between a gunslinger class and an artificer, because the machinist is literally an artificer from D&D. You know, the armor smith artificer to be specific. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes doomed to fail unless their minds can first be wrested from the grip of their gods. And so, in the meeting, seek to arrange with the kobolds, I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave to us. We will open his ears to reason. Yeah, Battlesmith. Yeah. You knew what I meant. You have my thanks. If we proceed, I have something you should know. Some 50 years past, when the Swagan swarmed our halls with their greater numbers, Limsa entered a covenant with the kobolds. 2 men shall go the bounty of the seas, and to the kobolds the bounty of the land, an ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Inadvertently or not, wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, meaning moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lenosia, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went. Every ilm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand. It is present, fresh and raw. And with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to gain the troubles or the trust of the kobolds. Even should we clear their temper. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to meeting in the first place. So we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals unto them, and personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Bait. They would welcome us in their midst, not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Aye. And be given a wealth of crystals that will bring them, wager they'll attempt to summon Titan there and then. Me, a high priest, would need a present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch, and he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay out down their lives to protect him. Yeah, a single death on Kobold's side would jeopardize our chance at peace. And they're my venture founders. Yet it need not. If you employ the Conqueror's chain, though we'd have to weaken the Kobolds, it allows us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact Mistbeard used to take goods and not life? Why, that would serve? Well done, Marshal. So friends, what do you think of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative. We may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure of primal influence is extensive. Therefore take a great deal of aether to reverse the effects, not to mention time. Time during which Alice would be defenseless. Even if we should look to her protection, I'm not convinced we could keep the entire army of kobolds at bay. I'm happy to take the risk. It's not like we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tesleen would do. And had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering. There's a chance of peace for Vilgrind. So I'm going to cure the priest or die trying. I'm sold. I'm leaving you too. You and everyone. I know you'll keep me safe. Settle then. See to your preparations and make for Camp Overlook. We'll join you there and all. Alright. Okay. Excuse me, I'm just gonna stand here and look at my privates. Alphino wasn't lying when he said he'd be defenseless. I'm counting you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose would be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own task. Indeed. Huge. And should you want for Aether, you only need to say the word. Kabu, did you follow us here? There There's something I want to say to High Priest. Express, stay. Please let me come with you, please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. While unfolded as expected, with mentioning my return the crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they would be to be reconciled. And so, in the spirit of cooperation, we were received by Patriarch Zada of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure at the navel. You ready? Let's proceed to the mines at once. You remember the last time we were in the mines? Gabu was there. Oh yeah, that's the one-way door. I hate that. So obnoxious. Like, the narrative reason why we're not being attacked is because we're guests. The mechanical reason is because we are like double their level. The name sounds familiar. It's because he's the one who presided over the deaths of Gabu's parents. Tried to reach out him that day, only for my pleas to fall on deaf ears. As I say, today will be different. We'll reach out together, all of us, and we'll take peace in our grasp. Alice could be forgiven for a certain amount of recklessness, but if she goes too far as to contemplate sacrificing herself, I will remind her how she responded when I thought to do the same. Not that it will come to that, of course. Ready when you are, my friend. There's nothing more to say. I'm gonna do this. For Gabu, for Tesleen, for everyone who's dreamed of a better future. The safe rate will prepare us to our core. Should you make the summon Titan as I anticipate, it'll halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose, and we have to army of kobolds to entertain until Elsie's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We weaken them, and let him do the rest. Azar, do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters just beyond this squall. Gabu's parents still not rotting.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufistvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alize! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me.
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
Girl speaks! Put on the patriarch for vile matches! Kill her! Slaughter!
We must protect Alize!
Do you have anything to say about it?
You're in my sights. My sights.
Yes, it's ready. Angelo, go! Okay, there's one round. This time it's too severe. Finish John.
Just what we need. You're not alone.
You're in my sights.
Here you are, Alize.
More! I need more ether! Just a little more!
You're supposed to pop your invuln when you do that shit. Negotiate fail, time for violence! Exactly. And if this doesn't work, well, we show them where we stick the carrot. That's why it's called the carrot and the stick. Alright. I'll say begging for my aether. Guy, you wanna fuck around? That's cool. You know where I reside? The intersection. Fuck around and find out. Let's go. Okay, so pump more aether into Lynn. Got it.
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Angela.
Did it work? What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
Such a thing! Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
This is for my parents, you son of a bitch.
Patriarch,
Ah!
please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it, and you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already, so please, end the suffering.
Yeah, so take one of those crystals and shove it through your heart.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None. And I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit,
Yeah, I
if not
noticed
the
that.
letter of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Laminsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman. Just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world. If you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die.
I love how everybody's shocked that Alice is going,
Though it
oh, I
isn't much,
like how she works.
My life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
On one hand, it's like they don't have the guts to permanently kill a important character. But when you have a good story to tell, you don't have to kill every important NPC.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
That's a gamble, giving a potential enemy a loaded weapon, and letting them decide.
We
And
want you to know that we respect your faith.
And
There's
firing,
nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains
it
you.
was loaded.
But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Yep, exactly.
Many
Because-
and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
But he had no reason to believe a word she said until the gun fired and he discovered it was loaded, just as she said.
'Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
It's like that piece, that pact is very fragile. Easily shattered, but just as easily reinforced. Admiral seems hell's-bent on worrying me to death. Suppose the ends justify the means. Well fought, my friend. Well fought. I'm so glad I could sway the Patriarch. Convince, persuade, sway. Thank you for making it possible. Thank you. The treaty may have restored the Patriarch to his senses, but it was the Admiral and Gabu's words that touched his heart. Oh, this moment belongs to all of us, and we couldn't have done it without each other. In two separate worlds, the seas were sown, and through determination of indomitable women, they have quickened this historic moment. I feel honored to be present to see it. It's been a long time, but the dream of the lasting peace of the kobolds may soon become a reality. And it's all thanks to Alice A. Twould seem we have found a way forward with the kobolds. Next, we will help the Second Order and free them of tempered brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course. Take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest, but reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that's long been true. So instead I will say thank you for helping us plot a new course for not only Limsa Laminsa, but all of Eorzea.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones. Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
The secret of
Breathe,
Nim.
man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
Quite honestly, Secret of Nim would be the perfect name for the Scholar storyline. Oh. Don't think I shared this sense.
What in the world is that?
Oh, that's not good.
A tower. You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just
And that's the
there.
But yeah, made of many bylaw for D&D. I've been working on this since
Yes?
Hero Forge
This is she. I am.
created custom minis.
Aye. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert. Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
Tutorial item. Oh yeah. I think my best was like 27 clicks. To the Alamegan Quarter.
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Rocket Preserve!
Melodic Dragoon, yeah. He's scary with the Italian. Yeah. How's he flying?
It can't be.
The palace! After them!
You're here, good.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why? Even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck. Is that... Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandania, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
The towers. What are they for?
My, straight to business, is it?
It's like, I'm not even
Suit
fucking
yourself.
around with this guy. Like, nope.
It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices,
Oh, yeah.
or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Ascians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire. And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering!
Guy,
I'm different, you see.
nuttier than a
From the
planter's jar.
ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason.
Okay,
or
so
creed,
murder it is.
or any
Got
such
it.
tripe.
Okay.
I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers and this very star our stage.
Jesus.
Ah, but I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
You want to destroy the world and spend time with me? Oh, that's so sweet.
Everyone
Wow,
out.
you are.
My men will tend to the blaze.
Take off those rose-tinted glasses so you can actually see the red flags. one moment, we ran into a slight problem. No, red flag never means go. Red flag means it's a Chinese parade. You should know this by now. Okay. Now we can get back to what we were doing. The last 2 minutes didn't happen. Chase a man in this game is Asians and war criminals. Yeah, I also know you tasted men in real life, so not much of a stretch there. Are you alright? Is the rest of us fine a little singed? Dragging the left so slightly. Only a man may choose the name Lunar Bahamut. I should pass thumbs up Daniel, I suppose. Please. It's so nice to see you and your glorious titties again. I mean, it's good to see you again. Thank goodness everyone's safe. We managed to pull through the fire, and no, not as quickly as save the garden. Raban, I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance. I'm going to take the unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. I'll go with you. No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Milvab tells me, you're due some time off duty. Should we learn about the tower, I'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. Very well. But if you need our help, don't hesitate. Take care, both of you. So you really did it. You found a cure for tempering. Makes me do something heroic right now. Speaking of which, better go get ready and send for the tower. Where the Asians are in patrol. It will not be long before we call on you and yours again. Rest now while you still can. Remember last night. You can't fix them. And to even think you can is very dangerous, not just for you physically, but for your mental health. Though I knew, or rather old, by which I mean young, though this body has a great deal more stamina than when I wore in the first, confessed I've not been looking forward to a moment's respite. We had a busy few days, have we not? Stola returned before us. It seems she wants to know about the towers too. How good it feels to come home to the Rising Stones. It's here my heart feels most at peace and my mind is the clearest. It would seem though you had an eventful time in my absence. I'm fully rested now and ready for more. Alright, in that case, my chambers later. Alright. Welcome back. Make yourself comfortable and let me know if we can get you anything. You're back good. We've received words from the Alliance. Since we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Alamigo could treat the rest of us with a first-hand account. No sooner do we overcome one problem, there's another appears. It would all seem tediously predictable, if not but for the endless variety of our foes. This Fandaniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged, perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave way a little about his plot. We only know he intends to recreate the final days and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature certainly did bear resemblance to the Elder Primal. That may be. But the fact that answer to Fandaniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think more probable is some manner of simulacrum born by Asian magic. Whatever it is, we can now, for now, we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Ishtola? I was seen to the Sultana. Knowing how quickly the mortal flames are to dispose of their temper, I judged it best provide them with a cure first. As soon as I sufficiently recovered, I traveled to Ulda, and delivered the portsies to her grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. And the look on her face tells you all that you need to know about what Nanamo thinks of the portsies. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The Immortal Flames have been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja, and negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Amalja claim a number of their kind have been abducted, and that men are responsible. Not as known of the perpetrators yet, but as the Immortal Flames went to about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Fandaniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they have been sighted as far afield as Yangsha. It would seem reasonable to assume that they are everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, it is as you said yourself. In little now, but remain vigilant. As if we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Astidian! Wait. I could do that line so much better. There we go. Got it right. As we trash Estidian. Now, just a moment. If he can be persuaded to lend us his lance, I would be the first to welcome it, but the truth is we will struggle to even find him. Let me and Cry will worry about that. We'll sniff him out no matter where he's hiding. Even if he is hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless. So there are no objections, we will depart at once. Send the little gremlins after him. Well, rather than sitting around, I think we might go to each city-state and educate them on the use of their portsies. We would doubtless appreciate it, but you might consider taking a moment rest before leaving. It would be refreshing for the tasks ahead. Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long. Sarcasm. Oh dear. Are you not enjoying our adventure? Come now. I didn't say that. While it may not be a most carefree experience, there's nothing in the world I'd rather do than write a new future with you. Dude! No, a long future. Whatever to tell off, I hope we'll stop them, won't we? Together. Dude, I am not like that. Stop it. Bad cat boy. Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks. Wow. Wow.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Glory be. Glory be to Garibald!
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Xenos is entering his trashy slut phase.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing him that you await his coming, though I confess, I may have singed him a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
He's leaving his weeb era. Pen and sword. Is there a title? Writer of histories. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we're going to take a momentary break. I need to refill my beverage and deplete the previous one. So, be back in just a couple of moments. See you then, and we will begin the final path as we walk to the end. See you in a couple. All right. In the face of this new draconic threat, we would indeed benefit from Estinian's presence. Yeah, I cannot help but wonder how Cryo and Tataru intend to locate him. They certainly seem confident, however. Good news, Bear. Thancred and Oriange have returned. Have finished a tour in Garlemald. They're on the way back even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything from Towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might shed some light on some things. And there's due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? A welcoming party. You need to have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alice, Graha, and Bear. But I believe they speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. In other words, you still have like, what, 4 hours left? As you also have heard, though, it wasn't all tales of triumph. Just when we were taking steps towards to finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back. Though I can't help but noticing we're one Oriange short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him again, have you? Well, I couldn't have at least lost him if I tried. And I did try. Repeatedly. No, he decided to linger in Alamico to apprise Roban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhaps he would do the same for us? Indeed. It's just as Lee said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. They might have met their ends. Might they have met their ends at Xenos and Fandana?
I'm like a dog. I come from their retreats.
Huh?
I'm like a dog. You said the magic word treat.
Yeah, you could describe it quietly.
Why would I miss any chance to be a pain in the ass?
they had their hands in... Yeah, I already read that. Yeah. Perhaps. Or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It's a busy place before the war, and it's growing busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Transform? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. Construction is vast and unsettling to behold, something that I find a nightmare. According to Orion, certain aspects of his design are clearly devised with the manipulation of aether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet as unnerving as said edifice was, nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like many insects, working with nary a word exchange between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Fandaniel could bind Bahamut to its will, might have done the same with the people of Galamold? Whatever the truth might be, this information could prove valuable. We have our thanks. Be sure to save some for Orion Shea. Which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Raban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latent finds in the tower, requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. The towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back. I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay behind and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Cryle we not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we have to speak with Orion Shea before the meeting. Come in here advertising like a fucking bot, I will ban you without a word because you don't deserve attention. At best, you're a machine. Or I guess at worst, you're a machine. At best, you're someone that nobody loves. How sad for you. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you hale and whole. As we are, we can say safely returned for your mission, Orion Shea. I trust the Inquid made you feel welcome. Well, if isn't Elfino and his merry band. involved. Whatever you're doing here. When we spoke about a link, Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough of that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you had grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world. Well, apparently not. I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged. As you are well aware. But I may remind you that we Ellison are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moongrita tower over me nonetheless. Fireball does spray out the best in Alpha now, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Ah, for Dolan mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait. What, does this have something to do with the towers? Huh? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. Yeah, meeting to go to. See y'all afterwards, alright? Ferdola is going with him. It must mean. Oh, my apologies. As I'm involved, rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend to. Let's be about it.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoi's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Temper your expectations.
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
Glory to mankind.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first.
You fucking think?
Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
Larenvold and Fordola.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over.
Fordola.
We won't let you
14's
down.
version of Asajj Ventress.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Honestly, Fordola is one of my favorite characters in this game. Because hers isn't a redemption arc. It's a redemption saga. And it's done so brilliantly because it's like, she's introduced. You see her for the monster she is. And then you see her the monster she was, or why she became that monster. But And then she's put in a position where she has to assist her people, her enemies. And out of that, she finds a new life. Never once asking for it. In fact, she wants to die. She wants her blood to be spilled because she deserves it. And everybody's like, no, you totally deserve to die. That's why you need to, that's why you're going to live. As punishment. Except that numbers prove a hindrance in infiltrating territory, but sent only 2? If it's small talk you have to look elsewhere. Now, it's all out in the open. I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore. We're wrong about Fridol and Gaius. They aren't going redemption arcs being transformed exactly.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolva and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fordola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Fair.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
Exactly. Well, here's the thing. He didn't raise them as soldiers. You forgot that.
So
they volunteered because they wanted to follow his example.
That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head. I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well.
He wants to be a hero.
If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Even if it's ugly, she wants answers because at least it's something.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
The thing is, you
well,
have
the one in
hindsight.
Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it.
They did it because
which is why
there
we've
was
set
no
our
better
sights on the one in
choice for
Paglthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
I'll believe that when I see it. Though, To be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
Thailanders.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime.
Nachikawa?
No. The fact is, I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Why are you telling
Even
us
if we
this?
set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
Her pink airship.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
I just realized. For some reason, my stream is going through at 720. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. And 30 FPS. What the hell? Right. I can't fix it until I'm off stream, so rest assured that next time I go live in the next few days. I might try to do a short one tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know. I hope it works, so we'll see. But that's later. That's over later. We still got a couple hours before we have to worry about that conversation. Alright. Here be dragons. Justinian is bound for Ishgard. Well, whatever brings him home. I must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. World Tour the Patch Cycle. You'll go from Limsa to Rising Stones to... I forgot the Onion Knight has that attack animation. We have a sprout. It's always nice seeing sprouts in the wild. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for a Stinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around in open spaces, squares and markets and whatnot. You and Bear can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let's reconvene in the airship landing later, with or without a Stinian. Good luck. I bet Elsa would like the Warrior of Light to delve in every nook and cranny. I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory. Perhaps you could try the congregation. Lucia may have heard the news of our friend's return. But yes, don't you think if Gaius knew what would happen to his children, he would have let them sign up? He was touched and honored that they wanted to follow his example. And he believed that he was going to make a better world for them. Don't you think that if he knew where that path would go, he would have gotten off that road a long time ago? Wrong way. Hey, it's Lana Benico. Lucia. Good to see you, Warrior of Light. Sir Emmerich sent word that you would be attending the meeting at Alamigo, so I gather you've come not in search of him. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we are not aware that Sir Estinian returned to Ishgard. But as best you remember, he won't come and go as he pleases. May I be seeking honors with Lord Emmerich, only to find him absent? In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Oh, yes. This moment. I vaguely remember this. It's just every bit as elusive as Oriange's suggestion. Here we go.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Oh my god, he is fanboying so hard.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
No.
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long. No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Perhaps he sees in them that they're brothers he never had. Effective dragon killer, but doesn't stop him from being an idiot.
Good luck to them. It hasn't been easy being his sister, I can tell you that.
Well, the edgelord to himbo pipeline.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azis La.
Azis La? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azis La, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
I love that I didn't catch your edgelord to himbo pipeline line
I'm
until
not sure
after
if
I
Tatara
said it.
mentioned
That's
this,
funny.
but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Oh, I'm sure she'd like to share a deck with you.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again, and I'll throw you overboard.
Ugh!
I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt?
And she's making the pout face. It's like... Alright. Not to complain, but I didn't expect myself here again quite so soon. So this is the Delta Quadrant. We're caught with this dragon slime prison. Great Tiamat among them. Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again willingly or It's been quite some time since last time I set foot in Azazla. But I understand the three of you were rather more recently. Don't suppose a chance to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas, not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant. I have studied the relevant records. Which is not to say I don't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Bear's the first person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one of us who met Tiamat face to face. Let's just say it helped having Midgar Sormer to introduce me. Ah, yeah. You were a friend of her father. I too have met Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her. A worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she had yet harbored thoughts of vengeance and asked as such. She said no. My hatred for your kind is extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burned undimmed. It tormented her, even now. I see. The original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat was forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is part of me. I feel his emotions as I feel my own. And I know he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls on me to watch over her. I mean, in a way, Nidhogg and him are blood brothers. Hey, it's the DPS food. Yeah, pizza. Pizza. I love pizza. Righteous indignation. Tiamat awaits. This way. Oh, Tiamat awaits. This way. This is a casual drive through Dragonland. No sense in going slow. Can't have us dragging our ass. The antithesis. my sire's mortal champion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man? Blah, 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 blah.
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
That my sins should be repeated. I sense not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know none save the dragons of Miracidia, our children. Did Icon claim their souls when he first manifested? And robbed of their will, they became tools of the Alagons' dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
The Binding Coils. If you complete it, you get this line of dialogue. Yes, the dragons of Miracidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There could be no other explanation. Cursed Ascians, vile minions of the darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved. Strip our children their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths that ritual will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
Call her out. What wouldst thou have of me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Meracidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
There it is. There's her will to fight. Were I free, I'd answer thine insolence with fire. For words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, it was I who did the first summon of my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with Icon.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again,
exactly,
you fear you might succumb.
Acid Slayer. If I lose myself, all would pay the price. Little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb. Oh, you mean this? Boop.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
And that's also why she stays there. If she were to summon Bahamut again, everyone would die.
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute.
And I love that they're
But if you
using
feel
Stormblood
remorse,
right here.
you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Play Bahamut's memory to rise. I love the irony that the Slayer of Dragons has become their champion. Faced our own annihilation, Hydaelyn grant us sanctuary. Now your foes will bring her destruction. That I cannot allow. I owe a debt to Hydaelyn, to all who have suffered for my sins, and I shall fight with you. And I love that smile tells you what his objective was. His goal was to piss her off and get her to fight. Seems she still has some pride after all. Let's see if she's as good as her word. And we'll make up for what she suffered at the hands of men. If there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe it to her to try. Yeah, that 1,200 years moping, time to fight. While poor Caesar showed effective at curing the tempered, Tiamat would be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. We would remove her restraints, only find the process had failed. We'd hard-pressed to contain her. Before going ahead, we should learn much we can about the exact nature of her condition. I suppose we can find that information here? Yes, we can. We can indeed. The Allegons kept detailed records of all their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of these shackles. I know I often know Bear well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Mr. Estidian, I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this stone. Though not be my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair. I understand well how hard it is to dare to dream of escape. It took encouragement of braver souls than I to make me take that first step towards a brighter future. And now I would help Tiamat do the same. And I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap, when our work here is done, we could trade tales for a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. With the notes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Yes. Familiar with it. The Aether Chemical Research Facility was in particular. Now, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose we either ought to explain Rambros or Riache and I researching the use of spirit vessels and transference of not only memories, but traits of certain bloodlines. So I keep one ready for the opportunity to test the theories of eyes. First use to you, may recall the previous visit, the Nords granted access to restricted functions and identified me as being royal blood. Armed with the spirit vessel, I posit they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. Seems worth a try at least. Agreed. We shall take good care of it. To the flagship, then. Let's split up and search the flagship for the node that controls TMS restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less TMS from your current state. Our objective at this stage is simply identify a relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Why do they quiver so? Because they are excited to see you. Warning, scheduled Dragon Strait maintenance due in negative 20 years. Failure to identify system integrity may result in a scheduled specimen release. Just watch my Chocobo run off the edge and as the slide drop into the abyss. Well, there it goes. I'm afraid Anstony and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? Spontaneously. That is unpromising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. When you were in possession of the spirit vessel, it is indeed the node that Graha spoke of. He was tripping, you said? Very well, let's take a closer look. I love how it's like, yeah, nobody's checked or touched the restraints in over 2,000 years, so they broke it. Meaning Tiamat could probably have gotten out at any point in the last...
She chose to.
Hmm? Well, yeah, she doesn't know that she could break out because she doesn't want out. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? You know, is it access privileges? Operation of dragon restraint mechanism undertaken by chief technologists or members of the royal family. Or the Festival of Royal Blood, perhaps. Here we go. Just ignore the sharp object that's filled with blood. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Welcome. May operate dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. I can see the gag of naming it, giving the name of... Giving Estinia's name would be hilarious. A system update? What was this asking us? I could hazard a guess. More I can say. Confounded bloody thing. Agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establishing to said system due to obsolescence of my own software. Issue resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located in the flagship. So this thing can release restraints or not. It can, but only once it's been served. Add the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until then, it'll just float spewing nonsense. Initiating placation patrol. I'm here to help. Rest assured, I'll be on hand to guide you through every step of this update. How gratifying. I just say we'll feel better with the guidance than without it. For vengeance. For none of y'all. Boop. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Let's see. According to the terminal, presently employing version 56.135, dare I ask what vision you are currently employing? .002, of course. Warning, errors detected, data management. Estimated require for update 5 years, 1 day. longer than we were hoping. Were there any other options, for instance, using this terminal to operate TMS restraints instead? May have changed the result of the system update. My instructions may no longer be accurate. Oh God. I thought we haven't made any progress. Required to remain here to operate the terminal. Inform me via link world once I'm ready to release the shackles. Might be best if you left the Spirit Festival with me. May have used fit. As assured, I may be certain to return to Grahatia once this is over. Just a little more work, or Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there's something I would know. Tiamat and her kid fought against the Alagon Empire. Both sides were all but dancing to the tune of the Asians. It's the same in Sicard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Asians touch turns ass, and thus you made a mission to fight them. But there have been times you've tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try to reach out to him too? Certainly. After I've wiped the smile off his face. Let me put my lance through his heart and be done with it. Or perhaps it's different between you and me. Is he good in people, even if it but faintest glimmer? Only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. Think us unwise to be viewing the world thus? Far from. It has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Isard. Yet, the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a day where you extend a hand of friendship to only wish that you had dealt a killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting to our task. If Alphino has a hand, I suggest we rejoin the others. The notice of the customer service saying representative. Yes, pretty much. Alright. I love that you can see Tiamat from all the way over there. No lie, Azazal looks so cool with the texture update. And this is the texture update that just happened like a couple weeks ago. Estidian told me as well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood from a stone with him. I think Alphino's absence means he's needed elsewhere. Yep, you gotta do a Windows update. Oh, sounds rather frustrating. We got here there in the end. While you're off talking to notes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirm our ethereal imbalance leans strongly towards the umbral. As with the case of the kobolds, therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. Difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of aether need to contend. Multiple applications of treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of tempering completely. I'll need to get all the aether I can get. Thank you in advance. Though the Endeavor will ask much of us, and one reason to be optimistic, namely a Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than the suffered of the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made the difference? When you mention it, very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints, ethereal dampeners. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions late of days long forgotten, of war, men, and of battle. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? The process of restoring his soul to a tempered or pretemperate state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her recall the past, you might be able to speed her recovery. Mary, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Tell me of your war with the men in Zavalik. Wicked, bloodthirsty creatures. Not content with their own lands, they brought fire and death to Myrcidia, our home. Tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search for a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would become known as Myrcidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by a peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlian scholar Rarusha. She posits that man first settled in the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were here with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. It was when children of man first arrived on our shores. No foot did they set in those places over which we had dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship arrived from the horizon, bringing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and as soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see the end of their strife. until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end. For men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. Your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of Ascians together. As you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence, I swear. And this is over. Keep going, Alice. The magic is working. I knew it wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for the treating a great worm. We're close. I feel it. And while I've only a few more drops of aether left to give, with yours and Graha's, it will work. And I believe I speak for both of us. And I say, to take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Right? Here I go.
No. I'm almost there.
I love how the camera shows two doing it, but she only looks at you.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed. Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
I love it because she's like, can they be saved if they're not twisted? Alright, I'll call all of them. And any who come will be saved, and the rest.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you. It's like when you win the trust and respect of
Alphino's ready. It's time.
Powerful, our ancient dragon. It's like you don't gotta fight him. You don't have to kill him. If you win their respect, that's all the better.
Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
God. Those spikes in her are painful to look at. Her muzzle had atrophy after
gods.
1,000 years. But she is beautiful.
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way.
There's something wrong. Urianger!
It's
Your timing
Bahamut.
could
He's
have
been
been worse.
sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Yes! And I love having Estinian riding the dragon because it's a nod to the legend of the dragoons in Final Fantasy V. I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian team in battle. It would be wiser to gather full strength of the silent first. But we face demands no less. Agreed. We've already received word from the others. We'll rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. I guess I'm restoring the flight, and now if you're ready for anything. Good. first spate of abductions and now attack on the Mosher homeland. To Lothaloy and to achieve with all this. I'm sure you recall Ernvold and Fordola bound for Pagathon. They won't come any harm. A happy coincidence, Kyle and I were processed, including our inquiries when news reached us of Lunar Bahamut's return. There's much to discuss, but they'll have to wait. Of our foe we face, we know little. Though the time will be of essence, we must not stint in our preparations, lest haste to fly to the aid of Amalja cost us our best chance of victory. Now, and if some of you could do the rest, I'm sorry to say that Tirlafloy have other plans. Pagathon is already under siege. Happily, the immortal flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Turlpin at their head. Well now, if for failure of peace negotiations, I insert how a Sultanate would respond. Tis good to hear Old has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandon them? Did we not just profess to be their friends? Grace! Marshal Terrapin has made provisions for such an exigency and is ready to depart a moment's notice. All it required was the agreements of the syndicate, which of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Uldal alone in the resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagathon. Even with our might combined, we will be sorely tested. For we face not only the might of Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. TMS children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja showed any signs of temper. Strange. What Primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Asian or otherwise, so it may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we previously encountered. If that was true, anyone could fight him. Bear and the others like him wouldn't have to shoulder this burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle the best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they'll fare better, assuming that is, you're ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you're able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till we next meet, may the 12th bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak as personally. We may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests, lest we forget, Anveld and Fordola and Pargathon on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship, then. be what we do tomorrow. Super short stream and do Hatching Tide. Okay. Expecting you. We've been expecting you. But say the word, we'll depart for Pagathon. No, with the designs of Chalafoi on Pagathon. But I know that they must be stopped for the good of the Amalja and us all. Wait, he's here or not, we can be sure Daniel is behind the attack. Make me doubly determined to see it fails. By dealing with Bahamut and his hordes, we too render aid to Ervold and Fordola. Grasslands of Pagathon make for an open battlefield, though our enemy may be, or many our enemy may be, we will not have to fight against terrain at least. Like most who spend time in Elda, I haven't always seen eye to eye with the Amalja, but today I will fight side by side with them in common cause, and hope none of them remember me. At the cost of his own life did Master Huiswa strike down Primal Bahamut. Whatever the true nature of this new incantation, it cannot be suffered to threaten the star.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
To Pagathon! I love the music of this dungeon. Alright, Dad Fred, let's go.
Prepare yourself! Like on one hand you feel so bad you gotta kill all these guys, but it's like no, they're brainwashed, and while we can cure it in theory,
we don't have time or manpower for the and honestly, in a fight, pulling your punches is a lot more dangerous than just outright bending. Let's go. There we go. Come on now, this lady, surely. See the monster's powered up, right?
My time has not yet come. I never watched the Buffs and Vikings before. Fuck it up. Yeah. God, that lens flare is so good. I hate when lens flares are overused, but that one makes sense for running into the sun. That hits hard.
Keep your guard up.
For that, do that one. I'm gonna stop hitting those. Kind of greed a little bit too much. Big Bad Kitty is litter.
What took you so long? The Amalts are in trouble. Let's split up.
That is so cool. No lie.
You were right.
I'm actually surprised I got a limit break off the Galaxy. Only because she was running through mechanics. Well, that's incorrect. Okay, so I'll go down to history. One where the warrior's flight got blown. This would be a perfect spot for Casper. But the NPCs never LB wouldn't be optimal. They do it when it's charged. Which is fair. Even I know, like, okay, fuck their enemies, fuck their range. I could kill one target with it, yeah. But they could fuck up the whole... Ring of Castle.
Oh, no, you don't.
Nice. I forgot that. Maybe it would have been better to bring whole cluster of them through here. You know, especially if I tank this at some point, I'm going to do that. To see about running all of them, hit my invul and just tear ass. Tiamat. Can't respect the fuck out of Tiamat going. Poor soldier. here to take the pain away. Not here to cure you. I'm here to take your pain away. Alright. What's this thing? Cool. Oh yeah, this is a fun fight. Okay, that was slick. I'm like, oh shit, my arm's length is on cooldown. I read that was knockback. Burn it. That. Again. Burn. And it's kind of funny, like, oh, fine, we'll just kill them all. They try to ally against us, so let's just kill them all. Well, that went well, didn't it? You just allowed us to win over the Amalja. You had no reason to believe this. By us coming to their rescue. Saying, nope, this wasn't us. We have nothing to do with it. Damn it. Jurgen. Hear my icy breath. I love the leg sweep. I just can't picture it as him just kicking this dragon in the throat as he's trying to catch or breathe the fire. Like, no, turn it off. I mean, at EverQuest, Rangers did have not just a jolting. We had a jolting tick which could mitigate our hate, but also one that could actually, the original one, which could generate a lot of anger. Sorry, I want this as a dragon mount. Yes, Midgård Stormer is cool, but I like the lean dragon mount. Either that or jetpack. Yeah, pretty much. Is Sacred not up yet?
Go fast. Right, back to it.
Okay, so maybe that was a little too many. I'm not gonna lie, getting back to kiting was kind of fun. How very EverQuesting. No, turn it off. There we go. Without dying and resetting. Star dive. TMS in trouble. This thing goes down now. That's not Bahamut, just a poor imitation. This is what happens as you order Bahamut from Timu. Are you seeing what I'm seeing here? Wow, that hits like a... So, bad news for you, Bohemute.
Keep your gun up.
Go down, please. You realize this is the last time we're going to hear Insatiable once we go back farming over shit? Losing a little bit of time to throw my swords in. I should have gone with tank. Oh no, my uptime isn't as high as it could be. That tells you everything. The real Bahamut hit would hit a Zeta player. Or even Terra player.
Together we shall overcome this.
Fuck it. Oh, wait a second, Mark. of course, it wasn't in my book, so. Conan kind of look. I'm not gonna lie, I'm of the opinion that dungeon gear should be dyeable. You know. Cause like class lock dungeon gear, that's fine. But give us let's dye it. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we free. Free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Myrcidia hearken to the lies of Asians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
And oh yeah, the fact a dragon on our side is probably what sold the Amalja, who venerate Ifrit and Bahamut.
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
That's totally Roban. We'd be proud to call you our allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
I love that he speaks slow and deliberate because it's not their first language. Let's just hear common.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Sometime earlier, inside Pagathon Tower.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now.
Uh-oh. Lunar Free.
No. No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together.
To see them also flying alongside us remind the Zune of the Crystarium. Pray our peoples can forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the forest. From what I can tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the city of the tower. Hopefully Ehrenfeld will be used to the opportunity to get out undetected. Yeah, we're victims. It's take more than a single victory to wash away the bad blood between men and the Malsha, but one has to start somewhere. Tiamat did say she promised and more this day. Thou she'll be satisfied, nay, she'll fight in defense of her children, wheresoever they may be. Well, it'd be too much to hope we see the last of Fandaniel. We have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that is a cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when I receive word of Ehrenfeld's return. Alright. When dust settles. Standing around here working is not going to help matters. Come. We must discuss this day's events with Pippin in her grace. Brave Scions! Would that I could treat you a hero's welcome, but I have urgent news from the Frostenary, or whatever. Your grace. Whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Pagathon, we came upon 2 scouts sent to a nearby tower. I had yet to hear a full account, but it seems one of them, your friend I believe, had been wounded and was dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go, forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us aught of Ehrenfeld's condition, your grace? The wounded scout. Not save that his grave. The Crucians tend to him as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Baristinian, am I going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see to the relevant people know what took place in Pagathon. Come on, then. He doesn't know the wounded scout, but the fact that Alphino would pale and ran, rather than being diplomatic and all that, was enough to tell him that, no, this is bad. This is someone that Alphino cares for. Don't know who he is. Don't matter who he is. Little brother's upset and fearing for him. Stranger becomes friend that way. I take it Alphino is fond of Arabelle. I know how he feels, but hand-wringing isn't going to help anyone. You had better give the word. Just stand here gawping. You should tell your friend to stop whining like an underfed dog. People are fighting for their lives in there. Please tell me something. Anything! Another one to see the lad in silver armor. And Master Dermodon is... or Demeliot is attending to him as we speak. If you'd be so kind as to wait. See, Master Demeliot? What did Master Demeliot say? Tell me his exact words. Enough, Alphino. This isn't helping. Yeah, but... Alright. Forgive me. But when we said our farewells to Erebald, I was afraid something like this would happen. And now that it has, all we can do is wait. And Fordola is nasty because it's her fault.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
Whatever happens to him is her fault. It should be her.
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
Her words are cold and hard because she's trying to tell herself
that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
This is her going through seeing someone she's grown to care about suffer.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next.
There it is.
And what'll become of your precious dreams then?
There it is. Estinian got to the heart
They'll
of
be
it.
gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
One of my favorite cutscenes, just because it's short, but you get a lot of character growth there. That woman, she plays that scorn, but her eyes are filled with sorrow. Sorrow deep enough to drown in. Yeah. She's been through the ringer. She became the devil to learn it was for nothing. A wicked thunder. I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come. Let's join the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the fragrant champ. Comrades have already arrived. Will you three be joining them? We will. One of those moments that the words aren't needed. It's just like, Estinian going, "You alright?" He will be.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide.
But he's a
On that
science,
you have
so
my word.
she is preempting everyone.
Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission.
The best healers at her disposal
Pippin,
are going to him.
pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
And I think that's the only reason he survives.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, It stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
Grand companies? Is that wise?
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause.
And there they are, the last
It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Right, then. Unless anyone has objections, I think it's time we return to the Rising Stones. I accuse you, Alphino. Arvald is in good hands here. Of course. He would doubtless mock me for pacing at the infirmary. Let us retire then. We might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If we're in agreement then, we shall let Kryl know to expect us. Hot bath and a hearty meal should be beyond the ranges with the time available. You'll be good. You'll be home. I have some thinking to do. She is truly freaked the fuck out for her brother. Yeah, I'll try to ask him, and thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await her return, and Kryle in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss. One that concerns you, Justinian. Believe it or not, you will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Beldesian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we?
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telofroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that.
You want to bet?
I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Near the end of the Dragonsong War.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the First, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
No.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I'm able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you, and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
He accepts.
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter.
He
You
was
have my
watching
word.
his little brother struggle with a pain that he can't describe. And knew he needed to support his little brother. And so he
And
did.
now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. tread warily in Charlian, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. That crystal saber is pretty slick. All these different weapons. They're actually real weapons you can get.
Well, does this one meet with your approval?
The eye.
Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance.
That greatsword on the left is the emerald weapon greatsword.
But seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
I forgot how much they made a show of his weapon change, his class change. All the fighting, forget that we've achieved, isn't it? I mean, we cured Tiamat. Tiamat, for heaven's sake. And you will tell me if I become insufferably smug, won't you? Because the way things are going, it feels like a definite possibility. I mean, self-awareness, +1. None can deny that Heidelin's blessing has been a great boon to our cause, but remains unknown with regard to her true intentions. Strikes me as odd that, rather than marching on one city-states, Terafloy would have so far made only sporadic attacks. I doubt they'll go to the trouble of putting up the towers if that was all they had in store for us. Though we know well not the full extent of the Terafloy's schemes, preventing further abductions must take precedence over all else, for therein lieth the key to depriving our enemy of the most potent weapon. But sudden appearance of the towers escaped the Forum's notice. I would think I would be receptive to Growl's request for cooperation investigating the matter. Unfortunately, their reputation would suggest otherwise. If you need my lance, I'll be ready. If not, I'll be reserving my strength. Fair. Since you're here, question: Scions are in close contact with East Aldenar Trading Company in Kogane, right? Wonder if they could place an order from some sun-dried squid. I cannot seem to be able to find it in these parts. I think Tataru could arrange that. If I am to pursue this course, I must be prepared for the hardships that lie ahead. Send Coltonay and the others to be our eyes and ears in the field. Wherever the Terraphiloi will appear next, we'll be among the first to know. We'll keep a good eye on the towers and telling others to do the same. Of course, I don't mean just us Scions. I have a whole network of scouts to keep me informed. He drew inspiration for the Doman Ninjas. Love it. They also have been teaching me how to cure tempering with the port sea. I must say, the thought of being in such a close proximity to one of the afflicted is rather daunting. We got this. Although I and Rivalda both served as Scions, I'm afraid I've had a few opportunities to speak with the lad. I do hope he is fit to return to active duty soon. When Tower or Yangsha first thought I was stay in Domo to keep my grandfather safe. When I heard of Bahamut's return, he bid me return to the Rising Stones and aid my fellow Scions. He sends his regards, by the way. Poor Boulder cuts a fine figure himself in his Asian mission. I'm sad to see him leave, and my nights will be lonelier with just one brother to keep me company. She puts the Hori in Hori Boulder. Well, looks like I'm busy few moons. Not that I ever seem to do anything but. Thanker's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. It just comes to putting down primals. Nobody's better than us. Well, you lot, more accurately, won't catch me trading blows with primal in the near future. But for every feed you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in. Gladly, mind you. As the least I could do to support the Scions who risk life and limb. Poor Arnold. I wish there was something I could do to help him. But we'll just have to settle for saying an odd prayer and keeping the roof over our heads. Wouldn't do for him to come back to a complete shambles, would it? That's hardly enough for my ramble. That's enough of my rambling. Off you go to get some rest. If there's any other developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. I need to be right back, so we're going to run ads and return in about 3 minutes. See you soon. my apologies for being away for so long. Oh boy. The restroom break took a little bit longer than anticipated. Anyway, we're back. Yeah. Now we got the last patch. Well, it's a mini patch. And then Endwalker. We're not going to do Endwalker tonight, though. I am looking forward to that. I've been itching to replay Endwalker for a while now. That's actually what triggered this whole streaming through Bear's story. Was like, wait, I have a character who's named after the stream. Well, the stream's named after him. And so why not replay one of my amazing expansion? It's been a journey to get here. The journey we keep. Of the company we keep. LSA can tell you're itching to take the fight to the Tolaflo. Ah, there. You looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. You come for tidings from Kryl, I'm afraid you're still waiting. But we do have our odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Winter problems have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has a situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hoary Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast tribes are going better than expected. Encouraged by Olda's progress with the Amalja, Credania opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is not obviously very encouraging with the Terafaloi out there. It's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Begging your pardon, we come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. The Council is meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your presence is humbly requested. I'm just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat Terafaloi, in concert with our new allies. These tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight with our common foe. So the Beast the Alliance will bring all the Beast tribes into the fold in a single stroke. Ambitious plan, given the delicacy of negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one, considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the Beast tribes have agreed to attend. If the Science 2 are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must be quite the undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Right. Inform the Alliance who would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. And I'll bear your answer hither or thither with all haste. Look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Well now, now we've accepted an invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and your Stoll lead our contingent. Given how long you've worked with the End Summoning, only right you be present for what promises to be a historic event. I think we all played our part in the little endeavor, don't you, Bear? All present may rightly claim a seat. I do quite agree, but by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can in coordination of our defensive efforts. Yeah, I'm not coming either. Emmerich will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well, then. Well, those with the mind to hold the fort, Yet unholding it, I suggest the rest of us make for El Amigo, shall we? Don't forget to bring me some nice from El Amigo. I shall take the opportunity to get a better understanding of Justinian. Being illicit of like age, 'tis possible we have interests in common. But mayhap I shall begin by lending him my favorite treatise or two for my collection. Yeah, no. Nerd. Don't worry. If I had plans to return to roaming in your absence, I know you'd only chase me if I did. Happy buzzer. Suppose I am. The fact that recruiting for tempering made it possible only heightens my anticipation. Honestly, look on your face. You to bear witness to another historic moment by chance? Suppose I am. The fact that our cure for tempering made it possible heightens my anticipation. With a swift intervention of immortal flames, all too many have lost their lives in Phagathon. Still, closer cooperation between our peoples will be required if we are to thwart the plans of Terafly. Like the city-states, every beastman has its factions, each of their own agenda, making peace a complex proposition. If the Lancers come to an understanding with their leaders, it'll be for them to resolve internal politics. Exactly. Emosha can't be the only tribe that have been targeted by the Terafly, and none of them were taking kindly to having the people enslaved, nor their gods turned against them. Exactly. Some of you guests have yet to arrive. The leaders are present. Shall we go in?
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merwib truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'Stola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little pretty without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
I imagine if you've leveled up
We
with all these
kobolds
tribes.
have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does. Turns kin into puppets. Pits brother against brother. Free them from his grasp, we shall.
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
Hell yeah.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Such a dumb name. The Grand Company of Eorzea.
But that's the name I...
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Alphinaud's like, wait, that was my name! Yeah, and I'm stealing it, motherfucker. Now I look
Then
smart.
let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea
And
was
I love
born.
how Hien is there. Though he's not from Eorzea, Doma views Eorzea as their second home. Because so many of them came to Eorzea either by refugee or by force. And they grew to love the land, and then how they came to save their home.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
I also love the touch that your weapons are gone for this cutscene. It's a pity it took the annihilation of everyone for everyone to cast their grievances aside. But better late than never, I suppose. Forgive me for observing, but Alphinaud seems jubilant. Might his thoughts being occupied by the fate of poor Errol? Grand Company of Eorzea. I wonder what role the other former Crystal Braves make of that. We've won over the leaders. Now, leaders must win over their own people. It's a small task I grant you, but we've come a long way since the first Redmond Filietta and summoning. Long way. Well, now we're off earshot of the other delegates. I hope you forgive me if I speak my mind. First, let me begin by saying I have dreamed of this day since the moment I set upon these shores. And I was heartened by everyone to see the peoples of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet, even as they uttered their declarations, I could feel... all I could think of was coming conflict, of the sacrifice that will be made, the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The forming of the Grand Company of Eorzea is but the first step. The first of many. Many and more. What does she say? How might we be of assistance? I seek Master Alphino's assistant in a matter involving Redania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know you and yours are kept long kept a weather eye on the crystal trade and better predict the coming of primals. So you'd be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, I've cultivated relations with not only the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so. It is our hope that we make use of the Sylphs' established lines of communication and coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there are certain practical differences between Trade's Consortium and the Grand Company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they require counsel of one versed in operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force is founded on the self-same goal, no less. I'm sorry, my throat is being kind of rough. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphino. I know it is a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. When I intended to pave way for a founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. When my plans came to naught, built on a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. I have no wish to seize new endeavors, except for the same fate. May I ask too much of you? Not at all. You may count on my assistance, for however little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations, bring on the lessons I learned upon the failure of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphino, and my trust. When the report is ready, please share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here today, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from shadow to Trofloy and flourish. Until we meet again, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I'd like to hear. Former Braves, you understand? Will you join me in seeking them out? I can't think of any excuse not to, so yes. Should be grateful for your help, grudging or not. I'll join you. Play to canvas opinions of former comrades, but a lot quicker if we share the task questioning them. You may have Grot come on hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say, be able to provide more accurate account of the day's events. You should be glad of your company, Grot, huh? I shall explain the details on the way. Take it over. Fascinating. We speak of them in person, but I gather conversation proved rather challenging. So what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, we should probably admit that the report is proposed is largely ready. Not long after the fateful day in Oldar, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to the inception to the failings that brought to his demise. I did it primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did imagine it might be later referred to by those seeking a form of similar organization. While I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, and its events must be reviewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be brought into encompass the viewpoint of all involved. Only then can the answer be seen to me a crucial question, namely, why? After Shadowbringers disbanded, why did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? We'll see. So you think the answer to will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together? Well, this knowledge might help us prevent it from falling apart when these bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes. But the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As former commander of Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandon the cause will welcome my inquiries. Raha and I will have to try. Well, the two of you could talk to the ones who kept the faith. My suggestion, have care. Certain former comrades are of questionable character. Just keep wits about you and let us reconvene in Britannia later. Okay, speak with Raul and Aliani. Alright. Castrum Orients. Okay, cool. Well, look who it is, and what brings the two of you here? Wouldn't have anything to do with a big meeting, would it? Matter of speaking, been assigned to a task you see should require the assistance of former Crystal Braves. Got the death nose. That'll be the coke nose, I guess. So, know why we decided to stick with science, huh? Ain't an easy thing to put to words, that. Wow, rule needs a texture update. As a rule can attest, I spend a long time agonizing. Wow, she really needs it too. Holy fuck. Spent a long time agonizing on my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent tragedies that ensued. Not a day that goes by where I don't think back to those fateful events. By joining the science, I hope to redeem myself, and I'll continue to serve the cause as long as I'm able. But it wasn't my only reason. We're finally reunited in Rising Stones. You refuse to blame anyone but yourself and follow the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that happened, everything you suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would have now blamed you if you turned us away. When you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, sus, what? As for my own tale, well, I always felt the science had something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. It's our creed, and I strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned that strength comes from all shapes and sizes, from Quarry Boulder to Mistress Sitaru. We've all got something to offer, and none of us is doing it for personal gain. We believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting, which is what being a scion is all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. For forgive me. Could you? Why do you think the Braves ended it in failure? Well, founding ideals is something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed for good intention, another who only did for coin, or glory, or both. Ours was a disparate band, and while I never forgive Yellbeard, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just pity he is doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? It only takes one bad apple, they say. And the Braves had a barrel full of them, not the science. We might look a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, they all got a shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Chitaru sifted out the glory hunters before they even made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each have their own individual strength, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion, refer to it, and drafting my recommendations. Till we meet again. Well, I think we take it up enough colleagues' time. I am conscious of less life-affirming testimonies await. Let's make way to Gridani and hear what the others have learned. Finally, a free teleport. Fuck yeah. Home. I love that Alpha was like, yeah. It's like, I know this is gonna be great and uplifting. Let's go home or go back home and get my teeth kicked in. Okay, interesting Wonder Woman glam. Oh god. 3 hot cat girls. Oh, correction. 2 hot cat girls and a cute little lizard girl. Yes, my bias is a dang What swords is she rocking? Oh, the basic Viper ones. Okay. Cute. No, wrong one. Damn. I need to rank up before I can buy these. Okay. Fine. Oh. I guess I have enough. Okay. No, there's 200. Hot little giraffe. Okay, so where do we gotta go? Old Gridania, okay. Yeah, right by the land disco. Well, that's convenient. On the way here, I took the opportunity to write up my notes for our conversation. All that remains is that saying Prophet's findings. I didn't really be. Now, say sister minds to do something, there's no stopping her. And is truly set on finding the former Braves for a while. I fear what she might do to them. In any event, she's admirably civil, for the most part. That's my girl. Thanks to Tara's ever dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so. And we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino. Some of the comments were harsh. I can well imagine. But their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I was said about adding your findings to my own once more. Meantime, pray go ahead to Little Souls and find Elder Frixio. I'll join you anon. Ah, shit, I don't remember what that is. I'll have to work on it. Okay. Gonna drop below 2.8 again. Fuck! That's good. Great. Think about it, there's 4 of us, so only an Alphino with any real experience traversing the sylphs. Still, it can't be that hard, can it? Well, welcome up, brave one and friend of Braidwood. How good it is to see walking ones again so soon after meeting. It's been a while since we last spoke, Frixio. Indeed it has. Though the palace is very pretty, the meeting was far too noisy for this one. So many shouting ones and squawking ones and cheering ones and no chance for carefree conversation. Still, this one is pleased. All ones can be friends. Horned one Connie Senate said that the walking ones would be coming to Little Souls. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones. So these ones are glad to bear message of fighting with the friendly one. That's heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the trough. Oh, hey! It dinged again, huh? 94 months. Don't you have something better to do with it? Thank you for the resub. How did your music lesson go? Yours and the one you taught. These ones are try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones could provide would be most welcome. Another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry it seems. Alice, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me. You cannot read my handwriting. No, a twin errors cost me as I was about to set out. Charlene sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. Envoy? Could it be that Cryo managed to sway the form? We shall know soon enough. There's more. The envoy has requested that the 2 of us attend the audience with the Seed Seer. can see why they'd want science to be present, but specifically? Wait. This isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself. But when I inquired to Envoy's identity, I was told it was one Fortunal Livier. Your father? Oh, no. I was surprised that serving a member of the Forum had journeyed here would be a surprise enough, but him? Quite. I gleaned that from this they were taking the matter seriously. That might be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it. It has been some time since you saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he was concerned for your well-being? Perhaps. He was always reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed. And whenever we write to our parents, invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long. It would be even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixia, loath to cut our visit short, must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies, along with my report. Never mind. There'll be more time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from other, more urgent matters. Go. The audience is to be held at the Lotus Stand. The Elder Seats here awaits even now. Let's be on our way. I can't teleport home because I just used it. Oh, there it is. I was about to say, wow, it's so weird to see this place empty. And then, all of them. There's no one there, then there's a whole bunch of them. Alright. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seats here, and your friends are waiting within. Yeah, she's cute. After all this time away, it'd be good to see my father, even if it is an official meeting. 99 may seem like a rather lot of members, but before the Forum was founded, every person of an age in Charlian had equal say in governance. Many of its institutions are still active today, were established by people's vote. Not least the studio. As well as I were constantly reminded during our time there, is an example of what can be achieved through absolute democracy. During my time in Charlian, I heard much of Fortunate Livier. He is a gifted speaker, known, amongst other things, for an uncompromising application of foreign policy. My friends, thank you for coming so swiftly. Quartermaster Fortuno's visit took us by surprise. When Elias granted Mistress Kryle's permission to request Charlian's aid, we didn't anticipate such a prompt reply, much less be delivered by a member of the Forum. What nature this reply might be, we shall soon discover. Oh, look who needs a texture update, something fierce.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Levea, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
All the polite courtesy and
He would doubtless
happiness
have been moved to hear you
and-
say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene.
Notice how the music cut out right there. Right.
And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Oh wow, shifting from day to night in that
Father,
scene is
you must
perfect.
ask the Forum to reconsider.
Wow, that was so good.
You may feel safe on your little island across the waves. But if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure?
Because you're a cunt?
For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames
Never
of
wish more
war,
than Julia
you
chides in the
forsake
sword.
all you
Julia, look
once
at this
held
man
dear.
doing to your son. Yeah, pretty much. It's in your power to save us. Refuse, and you doom us all.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What? Father.
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father, wait!
Don't bother, Alizé.
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Yeah! In order to avoid conflict with Garlemald, the Forum went so far as to order abandonment of the entire city-state. If you so aid us now, I am sorry to say, entirely consistent with their historic position. Their favorite, Sharlayan's favorite sexual position is the ostrich. Head in the dirt, ass in the air. It was not so long ago that we had a friend and neighbor in Sharlayan. I clung so hope that she might lend us strength, but she forsook Dravania, seems she forsook us all. So we who walk the path of ruin? Time will tell. So that's what he came to say? We're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against Terrafloy? And as for the rest, like it or not, it's the Forum's decision. Watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Others put the messenger, and he handed down their judgment. I can think of nothing to say that would possibly swear. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, if not, for it is not only Master Fourcheneau that must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. The decision made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed. So we face the Terrafloy without their aid. But forgive me. If they had no intention of helping us, why would they go to trouble sending an envoy in the first place? Why would they simply keep their counsel as they are wont to do? Your ear is ringing. Baron, has Master Fourcheneau arrived yet? Yep, and he fucked off. As feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to the Forum member that I could. They flat out refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say they ignored every word I said on the subject. without exception. It's almost a nerve. Could it be they're hiding something from us? That might go as some way to explain Master Fortunal's performance. When he said he would know if his final days were truly on us, I dismissed his pride, but what if they genuinely believe they know how the world will end, and simply disagree with us on the circumstance? That, I don't know. So it tells me that they're not as unconcerned about the Terlophoid as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would it be so standoffish and secretive? I'd very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared better in my other mission, researching Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea. Trying to enlist help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem. But don't lose heart yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we've got between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I'd like you all to join me here, when the time's right, of course. I'm aware the matters in Orzia are on knife edge, but with your permission, I guess we start making necessary arrangements. Yeah, please do. Excellent. Obviously, keeping the Terlophoid at bay must take precedence, but with luck, you should be able to make the journey to Charlene ere long. It may be a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything's in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? The speculation give me cause to hope. Yet, if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it's possible that Charlene's hide secret truth from us, can be no certainty if exposure will prompt them for a change of heart. So for the present, we must needs conflict in the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused to aid our request for aid, and it falls to us to contend with the Terlophoid. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there's no guarantee we will prevail. What does Charlene intend to do if we fail? I don't know, probably fuck off to another planet or something. I mean, the guy's very much a coward, so who the hell knows? Death until dawn. Connie Senna seems determined not to let the disappointment of Charlene's rejection distract her from the task at hand, and plans to blow up their island with a big fuck-off nuke. Right. While Charlene's statue is disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There's much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response to my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I ask that the science... Grave tidings, yeah, walking ones. Grave tidings. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones are sent to see feathered ones and send terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in the Zarathos Hall. Destroying ones and captured ones, even frightful godly ones, feathered ones don't stand a chance if we're tired flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Would you like to help him? Too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, destroying ones were only passing through, and continued west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West. That would be Kurthus. My lady, the Shadowbringers report that Terafloy has emerged from the eastern highlands of Curses and are marching at speed. Their purpose yet to be determined. Cartonel Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell me, shall have it. The time's come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy we do not have the time to stew on our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let's make haste to Cartonel. But wait! That's what I almost forgot. Destroying one's said to be led by cackling rogue one. This one must see all the waking ones know. Farewell. Or walking ones know. Farewell. Fandanu? Who else? It's only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartonel. Pray see your preparations and report to landing with all haste. At once, my lady. Let's away. Shit. And it ate my sprint, or my jog. Ignore the cute cat girl, ignore the cat girl. I think I forgot to mend my shit, so let me do that real quick. Ew. Come on. This will take a moment, alright? Come all the way to Gridania to find us. Know the situation, but she insists her business is important. Aye, it'll be sooner if you shut up and come with me. Way. Look, Alphino, you got something to learn. When a hot Thailander tells you to come, you come. Choose your spelling, it don't matter.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
Oh, okay. So he's not crippled. It's just his leg got fucked up.
Come on, Alfino. It could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
First of all, I think it would have been a little
That's
more
what they all
impactful
say, though.
to have his
No one
leg
ever calls
gone.
themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Some things have changed, but the adventure is not over yet.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be.
And that is called maturity.
To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
The fact that you think that.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
I am expecting them to do a big damn hero reveal with Ervold eventually. Tell me later what it's all about, but judging by the set of self-announced jaw, it appears it done some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, according to a communications officer. Malja and Kobold Force is also bound for Cart now as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Elamico, and we must do the same, by saving as many of our tempered kin as possible. Anyway, airships ready for depart? Let's get going. Upon joining the battle, several cutscenes will play. Hell yes. Let's rock. After this, we'll call it a night and dive into Endwalker next time. I'm thinking it'll be Tuesday, but don't quote me on it.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Well, yeah, it looks like LSA's outfit has not gotten an
Have
update
care,
either.
my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Be careful, I don't want to see any of you die. It takes him like 4 times as many words to get to the point. Which is like talking to me. Listen well, friends, until Telophor is sweeping across the continent. As for the accident, it was seen above the battlefield. Since vanished, likely intends to watch it field. As far as the lunar primal proven difficult to protect. I wish those lines were voice acted, honestly. I think anytime they pop up in a duty, they should be voice lined.
Prepare yourself.
Let's give it our all.
Fuck off. Something's not right. Role playing? As the science spread across the battlefield, Elsa and Graha take a fight to the Terraform. I love that. Oh shit. Gotta admit, that looks pretty slick. Like I said, that's your AoE spin attack from melee.
Allow me.
I see, that's a combo character. So it really does.
Just the beginning.
Right behind you.
Trying to get that one. Gotta admit, committing to that instead of running out of the bad was actually perfect. Because that was actually so cool. Because the dodge out came out in just enough time. I just select Angela to do it. I expect you to perk up when you saw Red Mage. And ironically, theoretically, it would actually be easier for her to cure the tempering while in combat, because when you're fighting, you're kicking up aether into the air. That's what the limit breaks up. So all that energy kicked up in battle should be able to charge Angelo, rather than just doing it all from her resources. In effect, you're pulling the aether out of the land and everything naturally, because that's what limit breaks are. Why is she pointing up here when her ear is here? That's so weird. Do you see that? Cliff? Yes. How worried should we be? Somewhere between fuck and oh fuck no? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see the ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartano. Now I'm here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an aetheric convergence, like the pillars as in step on a greater scale, but far greater. Uh-oh. The glyphs of Fandaniel conjured reach into this very midst. I believe I know their purpose. They should the lunar primals destroy them, they spark a chain reaction and potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption of flow aether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far to cometh as little surprising. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Who am I as now? Ah, fuck. Is that Odin? Oh, God.
Shall protect me. Oh, Thancred went down. Ah, fuck. I hate this. Date everything comes out June 17th. Nice. We're trying it again at normal. I know nothing about Astrolugian, so
This is Thancred. To be fair, his mistake was letting me be healer. I would have much rather this be a... What that does. Increase damage.
I shall protect thee.
Throw a group heal after he does everything.
Away with you!
I didn't see that a feather on him. That's okay. 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 Middle was good too. Wow, you're still Oh, that was way too close. That was way too fucking close. Oh, Grahan say lock swords with Lord Ravana. Gotta say, I love the lunar Ravana look. Don't make me play as him. God damn it. Okay, foul combo. Dragon ice. Okay. Oh, alright. Never played Black Mage, so... Like, just what I need.
You know.
That's not good. Ow. Yeah. Fuck you. Ow. Bastard. Okay. It's easy, just keep pressing buttons and keep ley lines. Yeah, except you don't have ley lines. Ow! Fuck you! God, that would be so annoying if it didn't break combos too. Now he's jelly food. Ah, crap. Eat this! Taste it. Oh, boom. And then we play as the Twinks. To be fair, the Twink is like half of the male scions. That's including after Astinian joined. At some same moment, shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Astinian. Resolved to... Oh, motherfucker, this is for Arnvold. Oh, good. I'm me again! Hey, motherfucker, over here. So, you hurt a friend of mine. So, I'm going to hurt you. And I'm going to enjoy it. I'm just gonna point you away. Okay, pussy. Suck this. It's real fun seeing, like, you know why Estinian is so potent by comparison to everyone else? It's really, really simple. He actually does his full rotation at GCD speed, or as things pop up. You know, instead of doing an ability and waiting, and doing an ability and waiting, watch the speed of his attacks. Alpha, why don't you, I don't know, fucking heal. Just a thought. Come on, big guy. It's tiring me. Oh, don't even look at it. Just turn and just. Is it dead yet? Don't even look at it if all it's dead. Just like, bitch, I've seen you die 4 times now.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Oh wait, should I have gone easy on them? Oops.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
It's kind of telling that the ground here really needs a texture. Well, we've come this far.
It really must count for something.
Moon. Just enjoying the Shadowbringers team. It's so good. Honestly, that Alice A outfit is so much better than her one she had in the source. Come on, these are so good. The funny part would be if somebody was running like the meteor look with as a warrior with that, and you know, so without knowing about Ardbert, says like, "Oh hey, we meet our twin." Like I know meteor standard. It would still be funny if somebody was playing that character without knowing. You know? Like, oh yeah, I really like the Realm Reborn class gear, so that kind of became my character's entire thing. Wait till you get to Shadowbringers! I will say, I think I did enjoy Shadowbringers more the second time through. The first time it was like, yeah, it was good, but aside from a couple moments that I said, this one was better with the busy work bullshit and hiding it, but there were sometimes it was really overt that was busy work bullshit. You know, one of the best times of disguising the busy work bullshit was with the Pixies, because it made sense that the Pixies would be little troll fuckers. For right, you know, this. I think that was Blue Quest, wasn't it? But anyway, I think that's actually how they should do the busy work bullshit. Honestly, if you want to disguise busy work bullshit for the MSQ, don't put it in the MSQ. Make it blue quests that lead, you know, 3 or 4 quests that lead to the one Aether current for the quest, and then you could disguise the busy work bullshit behind the Aethernet current quest, because you're going to want to do them to unlock your Aether currents. Forcing him to do some of the side quests to expand the story, but also getting the necessary experience if you're running behind, and if you are at, you know, at level cap by chance, that you don't need the XP. You're not going to get throttled on the MSQ, and they just keep running the MSQ at a comfortable pace. And I think that's what I would encourage Square Enix to do, is put the busy work bullshit behind blue quests. Even if it leads to no reward, you know, because typically the blue quests are unlock something, but not always. And have those have like special lines of dialogue throughout the expansion if you've completed them. You know, maybe a culmination of the expansion, or NPCs that you see in the story later on. That's kind of where my brain is. Like, what I think they need to do is get better at hiding the busy work. I mean, yes, is an MMORPG, busy work bullshit is the name of the game, but that's what side quests are for. Side quests are a perfect place, because that's where you put the just experience or just currency quests, you know, materia, some more class or, you know, gear, you know, to encourage you to do the side quest, but don't put the busy work in the MSQ, at very least if it doesn't make a narrative reason. But that's kind of where I think, you know? How about you? What do you think? I know you, because you've played it almost as much as I have. So while the credits play, such as it is, let me double check what day I'm off. Oh boy. But alright, so we got ads about to play. So while I pull up my work schedule, see what day for sure the next stream is. Might try to do a short one tomorrow, depending on how I feel after work. Oh yeah, Monday. Monday will be the next stream, so that's okay. 2 days off, enjoy your weekend. That kind of thing. And my work schedule for the rest of the week sucked balls. So tentatively planning Monday, Friday, and Saturday actually. So alright, we're past the music, so we're doing this skippy. I would recommend that the Alliance keep a closer watch over Carchenow. The Terafalo failed in their attempt to destroy the confluence this time, but that's not to stop them trying again. Throughout the battle, I cannot shake the feeling that all present were performing for the amusement of Pandaniel. Nor did his blithe reaction to Lei's defeat give me cause to think otherwise. I can only conclude that such failures are of little consequence in his broader scheme, whatever it may be. The Cartano Flats seem fated to play a prominent role in the history of the realm, do they not? I wonder. Might the abundance of aether that floweth through the region have led the Allegans to entomb Omega there? Many though the enemies were, their numbers consisted largely of tempered beastmen, with a few lunar primals to keep things interesting. Garleans themselves ventured little and lost less. If there's ever been an Empire's way, have others fight their battles, but they would blush at the Teraflo's use of tempered slaves. The temper that we were able to treat were taken to the city-states for your observation. As soon as the Lions are satisfied they are fully recovered, they'll be free to go home. At the close of the battle, when those clouds parted and the moon shone down on us all, I cannot well express how I felt. Somehow it seemed more of a beginning than an ending. It was decent of Lord Emmerich to bear us home aboard his airship. Gods don't know, but we would squeeze this many people onto the Bonanza. Hey, Blue Lord, how you doing? I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You thought of everything, Lord Emmerich. And may I see how much I appreciate hospitality you afforded us on the way home? Think nothing of it. Our destination lie in the same direction, and it afforded me a perfect opportunity to learn how many my errant friend has been since the last time he took his leave. It seemed we finally found a place to settle down. Really weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Terafaloi have been driven from Cortinau, 'tis like the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of yours, its first joint military operation. However, I'm confident we have potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while we are keeping force of the Terafaloi at bay, I'd ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. Sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primal's. And given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find a solution. That we are. Especially should what happened lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There's a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. Could not agree more, and no one more certain to the task, nor upon any whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. I look forward to receiving any information you were able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you and your need any assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Very well, my friends. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely. Vital as they plainly are to the Terafaloi's plans. When we discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it's all but certain that the Terafaloi will mount an all-out invasion. And then will begin. And the one who waits the heart of the chaos will come for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity that end all calamities. The final days themselves. Yeah. Yes, alright, Alphino. We need to plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places. Not least... Charlian. According to Cryle, the forum's been more secretive than ever of late. While it may be related to the appearance of the Terafaloi, it remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the forum is determined to keeping us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunal's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. In a matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for answers we seek on matters of the towers. Charlian hath ever been the wellspring of aetherological knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there, my lances be ready. What of you, Bear? Might you be persuaded to join us? If it means I can have words with Fortunal. Only after I do. If he and his friends of the forum think we'll leave them alone if they ignore us, they're in for a shock. It appears we're in agreement. While we have but wait for Cryle to secure necessary permissions, in the meantime, there's a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By a strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I Shall soon find out whether my fears are warranted. You've learned? Shh. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch, though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
I love how expressive the faces are, all because of Hildebrand.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor.
And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Bitch, I look forward to killing you again. I mean, seriously. You're basically a cockroach at this point. I appreciate you sticking around for the extra long stream. We're just wrapping up as soon as this cutscene's over, so I hope to see, hope you come back Monday and we'll dive into Endwalker.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short...
Yeah, sucking the world
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Yeah, doy. mean, that's kind of obvious.
Still gonna be a while.
A few minutes.
Okay.
Jesus.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Give me a couple minutes.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
Yeah, everything's fine. Just saw a hot ghost lady, but... And solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, and gazes cast towards moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, with steps to guide what and beyond, or ends beyond. Under the darkened moon, which nets the title Dawn Treader. So I guess we'll go on the voyage of the Dawn Treader Monday. So, you have a good night. Thank you for sticking around for the long stream, despite complaints. And have a good night. And I'll hopefully have the frame rate and quality fixed, because I don't know why it reset to 720/30. It's supposed to be running a lot higher than that. So we'll get that resolved, and I will see you Monday at 3 p.m. ish Eastern. Bye-bye.